I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett. Senator Barrett. Senator Berry. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blunt. Senator Boyd. Senator Brumfield. Senator Bryan. Senator Butler. Senator Carter. Senator Chazanall. Senator Chisholm. Senator DeVar. Senator Delano. Senator England. Senator Fillingane. Senator Frazier. Senator Harkins. Senator Hickman. Senator Hill. Senator Hobson. Senator Horn. Senator Jackson. Senator Johnson.
Here.
Senator Jordan. Senator Kirby. Senator Ladner. Senator McCon. Senator McClendon. Senator McMahon. Senator Michelle. Senator Norwood. Senator Parker. Senator Parks. Senator Polk. Senator Rhodes. Senator Robinson. Senator Seymour. Senator Simmons of the 12th. Senator Simmons of the 13th. Senator Sparks. Senator Suber. Senator Tate. Senator Thomas. Senator Thompson. Senator Turner Ford. Senator Whaley. Senator Wiggins. Senator Williams. Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Appreciate you. Will the senators and the guests in the gallery please rise? That includes former senators. We're glad to have you back. Welcome. So, senators and guests in the gallery, please rise for Dr. Ben Burnett, who, as you all know, is the CEO of William Carey University in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, great educational institution. Dr. Burnett is the guest of Senator Johnson, and after the invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Johnson. Ben?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Good morning. We appreciate this opportunity to go to the Lord in prayer on representation of our 5,300 students at William Carey University, also our faculty, staff, our Board of Trustees, and our 40,000 alumni. Our theme verse this year for William Carey University is from John 13:34 through 35, where Jesus instructs his disciples right before his death that people will know you're my disciple if you love one another. So with that in mind, let's go to God in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning with hearts full of gratitude for the privilege of serving this great state of Mississippi. We thank you for the men and women in this chamber for their dedication, their sacrifice, and their willingness to lead. Lord, we ask your divine guidance as they deliberate and make decisions that shape the lives of so many people. Father, in the midst of challenges and opportunities, remind us of the words of your Son, Jesus, who commanded us to love one another as he has loved us. May this chamber be a place where respect, compassion, and unity prevail, where love is not just spoken, but lived out in every action. Let this love be the foundation upon which policies are built that may serve all of Mississippians. Lord, we ask for wisdom, the kind that only comes from you. And today, more than any day, we ask for comfort for all of the citizens of Mississippi, especially those who have been so dreadfully impacted by the devastation of this weekend. We pray that you will be with them. We lift up not only the senators, but also their families who sacrifice alongside them. Bless their homes with peace and their relationships with joy. Above all, Lord, may this be marked by your presence today. May every word spoken and every decision made bring glory to you and blessings to the people of Mississippi. For us, in the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay.
you go. This way. Don't get with the flag. Nobody. Got it? Oh, great. Well done. Well done. Thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Dr. Burnett. Thank you, Chris. Senator Johnson. Now the reading of the journal. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the
Senator
journal.
moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. Recognize Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, we'll go to introductions. Senator Hickman, for our introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joining us in the North Gallery is a group of leadership development students along with the faculty and staff from East Mississippi Community College. I'm going to ask that they stand at this time. They are joined by the president of East Mississippi Community College, a great friend of all of ours, Dr. Scott Alsobrooks, as well as their staff and leadership in that program. Mississippi State Senate, would you please make them feel welcome?
Okay, introductions. Senator, hold on just a minute. It's going to click you on there. All right, Senator Berry.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. I have two introductions this morning. Many of you have seen, I'd like the Senate to give a hearty welcome to former Senator Chris Kaufman, my predecessor. Make him welcome back. Also joining us in the North and West Gallery are members of the Simpson County Youth Leadership Development Program. I'd like you to welcome them, including my youngest son, Wilkes, is in the crowd with them as well. So please make them welcome.
Welcome. Glad you're here. Welcome to your Senate. Senator McMahon, you're recognized for introduction, sir.
Thank you so much. In the West Gallery, I would ask Preet Culler to please stand. Preet's from another country called New York City, but she's been living in Mississippi for about 25 years. We country fried her, and she's my neighbor in Guntown, Mississippi. Give her a big Senate welcome.
Any other introductions? Any other introductions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the calendar. Senator Hobson. I'm sorry, you're correct, Senator. We have page introductions, junior pages. And Senator Blunt, I believe. Yeah, press your light there, sir. Okay, we're ready.
I know. Thank you, Mr. President. It's a busy day today, and just in time, we've got the best group of pages. I think we've had this session at a time where we need a good group of pages, and they're coming in right now. This is the best and maybe the largest group we've had this year. It's my pleasure to introduce our pages this week. First paging for Senator McMahon. When I call your name, if you could just raise your hand and let us thank you for your work. Paging for Senator McMahon, Colin Creel from Saltillo. There he is. George Devone from Baldwin, and Icumber Culler of Guntown. Paging for Senator Younger, Gracie West of Aberdeen, Caleb Hall from Hamilton, and Dina Madison from Columbus. I'm happy to have as my pages this week, Jalen Hughes from Terry, Mississippi, Ricky Williams from Clinton, and Hannah Grizel from Raymond. Praising for Senator Rhodes, Ansley Miller from Pelahatchie, Elizabeth Thrash, also from Pelahatchie. Paging for Senator Norwood is Carrie Taylor of Clinton. Paging for Senator Kirby is Natalie Robertson of Jackson. And these pages from Lieutenant Governor Hoseman. First from Columbus, Colin Moore. Jonathan Ross, also of Columbus. And Allison Krieger of Columbus. From Clinton, Senator Thomas's niece is paging this week, Morgan Thomas. Happy to have her. From Clinton, Caden Berry. Also from Clinton, Collins Grady. From Pelahatchie, paging for the Lieutenant Governor is Walker Sarton. From Starkville, Senator Williams' daughter, Emily Williams, is paging, and we're happy to have Emily with us this week. Also from Starkville, Isabella Morrow. From Yazoo City, Lindsay Hogue. From Saltella, Tanner Giger. From Jackson, Brooklyn Jones. Also from Terry, back again with us this year, is Kristen Smith. Happy to have Kristen. From Tupelo, Brooks Pruitt. And from Florence, Leighton Varner, the daughter of Representative Lance Varner. We're happy to have her in the Senate. She can tell your daddy how we do business over here. This is a great group of pages. Let's thank them for their hard work.
Thank you. Thank each of you from all over the state of Mississippi helping us today, this week. Appreciate all of you. Okay, Senator Hobson. Senator Hill. Oh, no, look what we got here.
I have two announcements. First, I would like to introduce to the Senate my grandbaby, Whit Dale. And also, I'd like to introduce the doctor of the day, Dr. Jennifer Olivier. Specialty is allergy and immunology at the Hattiesburg Clinic. And I'm told she is from Picayune, so we would like to welcome her as well.
Thanks, Whit. Nice to have you with us, son. Huh? I know, I can see him waving over. Just don't punch the button, son. All right, Senator Hobson, let's go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask we go to item 1 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1772, appropriation, additional appropriation for various state agencies.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you. I move adoption of the strike all and ask to be recognized to
You're
explain.
recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the House's version of the deficit appropriation bill. It contains all the items that we previously passed before. We have inserted 2 others in our strike all that have come to our attention since we first took up the Senate deficit bill. Those 2 are additional legal fees for the lawsuit concerning the redistricting, legislative redistricting plan. This is $190,000 payable to the law firm as that matter continues to be pursued in court. The second is $826,333 to pay for our national board certified teachers. We've got more teachers that have received that certification, more certifications in those various national board requirements. And so that is $826,333. The rest of the items were covered when we first took up the Senate bill, which includes all the settlements and judgments that we discussed. It also includes the corrections money for the medical program. It also includes the child protective services. There were 3 categories where child protective services receive funds. But that explains the bill, and I will yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Okay, questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator?
If none, my motion is that we adopt the strike all.
Motion is to adopt the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next.
Now I'll move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Passage by use of the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to that procedure? According is voting no. No. McClendon, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? That the bill passes. Congratulations to all of the teachers who worked so hard to get this special designation. We're proud of you. We'll go to Senate Finance, and we'll start with Senator Harkins. We're on number 2, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 2, House Bill 812, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 812, Homestead Exemption, provide additional exemption for unremarried surviving spouses of certain veterans.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill, line 132, just provides that in the event that the unremarried surviving spouse of a homeowner that we gave the exemption to last year is still in the house, that she will have the benefit of the ad valorem taxes that are the exemption on the ad valorem taxes that are assessed on the house. So I think if you go back and look at the bill we did last year, we gave someone that was over the age of 90 years old that was honorably discharged full ad valorem exemption on their house, and this bill just protects the remaining surviving unremarried spouse of that person. That is explanation of the bill, and it will start from it would be for the ad valorem exemptions for calendar year 26 that is made in 2027. So that's the explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
See questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Senator Hill or Witt, one of y'all?
Question,
Yes,
both
ma'am.
of us. Is there any estimate of how much this is going to cost as far as ad valorem reductions to the cities or counties?
I don't think it's necessarily any more than is already in the bill. So this
Okay.
is just saying that we've already exempted for the veteran that's over 90 years old. This just says that if his unremarried widowed spouse is there, they will also continue to receive the exemption.
Okay, so we already did it for
We're already
veteran
doing this.
spouses?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the purpose of this is?
It's for the unremarried widow spouse of the veteran.
Okay.
They got so if you have
Okay.
a 95-year-old veteran that passed away, his spouse, surviving unremarried spouse, would continue to receive the
Okay.
exemption on ad valorem.
Okay, I just thought that was already the law, but thank you.
Not for the surviving spouse, it wasn't.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Frazier?
I had the same question, but he answered
Okay,
it.
thank you very much, Senator Frazier. Senator McCon? For what purpose, sir?
Question.
Are you for a question,
Yes.
Senator?
So
Senator
we
McCon?
switched today. So
Understand.
my question, Mr. Chairman, is we're extending this now into these federal retirement systems. Is that what we're doing with this act? Because previously we were good with the veterans, but now we're going into railroad retirement and any other federal act approved by the Department of Revenue?
It says the unremarried surviving spouse of a homeowner is classified as totally disabled under those definitions. It goes back to the original intent was the veteran from and after January 1 of, if you look at line 126, it says from and after January 1, 2025, a qualified homeowner who is an American veteran who has been honorably discharged from military service and has reached 90 years of age on or before January 1 of the year for which the exemption is claimed shall be allowed an exemption from all ad valorem taxes assessed on the value of the homestead property. And then we add the new language that from and after January 1 of 2026, a qualified homeowner who is the unremarried surviving spouse of a homeowner described in subparagraph I, which is the one right above it, of this paragraph, shall be allowed the exemption from all ad valorem taxes on the assessed value of the homestead property and unremarried surviving spouses of homeowners classified as totally disabled under the Federal Social Security Act, Railroad Retirement Act, or any other federal act approved by the Department of Revenue. So I think it's just clarifying what the description of totally disabled is.
Well,
the
and I have no
definition.
problem with one. I guess two is what got me confused, but they still have to be a veteran
Yes.
to qualify.
And it
We're
has to
not
be there-
extending it to just
No.
someone who's disabled under Social Security Act, someone who's disabled.
No, this
Okay.
is for it references on line 126I. So that person in here, their unremarried surviving spouse would continue to receive the exemption on ad valorem.
And I support your efforts on the veteran themselves and the unsurviving spouse. I just wanted to be sure we weren't extending it
Yeah.
all the way into all other disability programs and doing all that.
I think that that is more or less looking at what the definition of disabled is under those terms.
Okay, thank you, Senator McCon. Go to Senator Jordan. For what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have just one question for clarification, please.
Please proceed.
To the chairman. This person that is left, which would be the female, and under these circumstances, does she have to be 90 years old?
No.
It applies to those who...
It does not say it does not give an age on the unremarried surviving spouse.
So even if she's 55 and loses her spouse, then under these conditions, she still can receive.
Say that first part again, Senator.
If she's under 55 and loses the spouse under these conditions, she would still be able to receive the...
That veteran was a busy person. If their spouse is half their age, I tip my cap. Yeah, they'll get to have the exemption under this.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Judge. I just was under the impression that you had to be 90 years old before she could get it, but that is not the case. So I'm satisfied.
Not the
Thank
case.
you.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other questions on the bill? Senator Harkins?
Seeing no further questions, move final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to that procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. We'll go to number 3. Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 3, House Bill 919, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 919, sales tax, provides definition of hotel and motel for purposes of.
919?
Yeah.
Okay. So, well, we can draft it.
It's just to remove the reverse repealer.
Okay. 86. Okay.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
We adopted a committee sub in committee, and I think it was to add a reverse repealer to it. And I believe council is preparing an amendment just to basically remove the reverse repealer. This was the bill that just brought in line the hotels and motels with the tax that's collected with some of these online platforms that are third parties that arrange for like VRBO or Airbnb, that they will collect it and remit it to the Department of Revenue. That was already on the law. There was just some discrepancy or issue on how it's supposed to be paid, but this basically makes them, it will have them collect and remit the tax to the state.
One moment, Senate. We're getting the draft. One moment, please.
All right, so I've been informed that there is no reverse repealer on the original House bill. We did not bring up committee sub, so we have a bill in front of you that does not have a reverse repealer, but does take care of the issue of directing the third parties for collecting the payment and remitting it to the department. So that is the explanation of the bill. I'd be happy to yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready.
Move final adoption on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. No. Chisholm. Anyone else? Anyone else? No. Sparks. Anyone else? Boyd? No. Whaley? No. Hill? No. Tate? No. Michelle? No. Seymour? No. McClendon? No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Noes noted. Item 4. Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 4, House Bill 1644, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1644, equipment used in the deployment of broadband technologies to provide certain provisions regarding tax exemptions.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
I move we adopt the strike all and recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the same broadband bill we passed. The House Senate version almost identical to what the Senate had passed. It has a minimum standard for broadband bandwidth to meet the tax credits. It puts a maximum amount on the tax credit, which is not currently in place. It extends the repealer. The difference between the House and the Senate version is that we added language to prevent double dipping if the company receives BEAD credits from the federal government. They can't use that money to then also get a state tax credit. And then we put a 5-year time period on the installation of equipment. This would allow us to revisit and upgrade the minimum standards upon the completion of that 5-year period. And that's an explanation of what the strike all does.
Senator McCon, Senator Barrett.
Introduction is proper.
Okay, one moment.
If there's no questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
All in favor of the strike all signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Move passage using the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Senator McCon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come over here to figure out if I can announce something from every desk in the chamber before it's over with. But today I come to former Senator Branning's desk because it's our privilege to have her in the gallery today. Justice Branning is here with the Pine Grove Christian Academy there at Walnut Grove, including her son, Evan. Please make them feel welcome in the North Chamber.
If you haven't been to Pine Grove, you ought to go. It's pretty spectacular. Okay. Senator Hill.
Introduction, please.
Please proceed.
Okay, in the West Gallery, we have students from Heritage Christian School in Picayune, Heritage Christian Academy, and I would like for them to all stand up so we can welcome them. And I have my sister right here in the corner, Miss Carrie Gerald, who works with Heritage Christian School. Y'all please make them welcome.
Welcome to your Senate. Okay, Senator, we're on item 5, sir.
I'd like to go to item 5, House Bill 1894, and have the title read.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1894, bonds, authorized issuance for various purposes.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I move we adopt the committee amendment and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a bond bill that we have as a vehicle out. Not that there's any intent right now to use it, but we do want to have the vehicle in case there are some any issues that we need to address. There were some changes in committee with some proposed information from IHL. It also does have a reverse repealer on it, so it's not going to go anywhere unless it goes through conference. So that is the explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none.
Seeing none, move final passage on the morning roll call.
We got to adopt the amendment, I believe,
Excuse me,
Senator.
adopt the committee amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready.
Move final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? I'm sorry. We have anyone who wishes to be recorded as voting no. Senator Chisholm is no. Okay. Anyone else? No. Anyone else? Seeing none. Present? Anyone present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Chisholm voting no. Item 6, Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 6, House Bill 1901, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1901, qualified equity investment tax credits, increase the maximum allowed and extend date after which MDA will not allocate.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
I'd like to recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the new market tax credits bill. It extends the new market tax credits for another 4 years, and it changes the tax credit amount from $15 million to $16 million, and that's an explanation of what the bill does.
Seeing no questions, Senator.
Move adoption using the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Item 7, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 7. I don't see the senator's going to handle the bills in the chamber right this second.
Well, let's hold for just a second and see if we can locate him. 1 second, so we don't have to waive anything. Just a second.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 7, House Bill 1878, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1878, ad valorem tax specify provisions for determining the true value of rural structures.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to recognize Senator Rose to explain the bill.
Senator Rhodes, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1878 is a companion bill to the bill that we passed out of here 50-1 last week. It revalues, doesn't revalue, it sets the valuation structure for all these depreciating ag structures. I don't know if y'all have any questions. It's the exact same bill we passed last week. Any questions?
One moment, please. Your light was on, but I think it's off now. Just 1 second. Any questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move to pass by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Opposed, voting no. Present? Seeing none. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Rhodes.
Thank you.
Number 8.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 8, House Bill 1880, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1880, income tax, authorized tax credit for companies engaged in television productions.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, are you ready?
Yes, move we adopt the committee, the strike all, and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
This is the Senate language that we passed out of here that has a reverse repealer in it. This is dealing with the with tax credits on movie productions, television productions. Those are typically events that take several months to film, series for production or for streaming, and we're trying to come up with a plan that basically will do a tax credit based on the amount of money that is paid in. It has to be a minimum of $4 million on the expenditure. They're certified by MDA, and their qualified expenditures will result in, basically, if they hire state residents, they get a higher percentage of tax credit than non-state residents. There's also sales and use tax rebate based on money that's paid in. So that's what we're trying to craft here is something that would be productive and help draw these entities. Some of them are running $100 million, $150 million of production. And if we can get that in Mississippi, where over 65% of the production is done in Mississippi, we feel like it could be a potential economic opportunity for our state. That is the explanation of the bill. There is a reverse repealer, and it will continue to work with the House on final language, but that's the explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Any questions on the bill? Senator Michelle, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
Were you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Michelle.
Thank you. Senator Harkins, we had a tax credit bill for reforestation tax credits for our timber farmers throughout Mississippi who suffered great losses during the drought. This bill with the reverse repealer is going to conference. Do you think it would be germane maybe for that to be considered in the conference report, or do the code sections line up to where that could be looked at to help our Mississippians that don't produce movies but that had significant losses in timber?
I don't know if the code, if it's germane or not. You have to ask counsel.
Okay.
But that could be looked at in conference.
Thank you.
Thank you,
There are
Senator.
no other questions. I move adoption of the strike all.
Seeing no objections, adoption of strike all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
No further questions. I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Hill, no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes with 2 no votes, Chisholm and Hill. Next to number 9.
I'd like to go to House number 9, House Bill 1896, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1896, Kratom product, impose excise tax on.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Okay, Senator.
I'd like to recognize Senator Filligan to explain the
Senator
strike all.
Filligan, you're recognized to explain the strike all, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. President. So House Bill 1896 deals with the Kratom products, and what it does is it assesses a 15% excise tax on top of whatever other taxes already out there, which would include sales taxes. And the strike all does include a reverse repealer in the language. That's what it does. Happy to answer any questions on the strike all, if there are any.
It's a committee amendment.
Did we already adopt that?
It's an amendment. No, we have to adopt a committee amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Blackman.
Introduction at the appropriate time.
One moment, please, sir. Questions on the amendment?
Move adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We have another amendment. Senator McMahon. One moment, please. Just a second.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's on the screen. Senator McMahon, you're recognized on your amendment, sir.
Thank you. This is a friendly amendment to the bill. I've spoken with the chairman. He's aware of it, and DOR is aware of it, and they have actually written the amendment. And what it does, it just allows any business in the state of Mississippi that imports premium tobacco, they can continue to pay the excise tax at 15% by the 20th of each month, or they can pay the excise tax at the point of sale within 48 hours of sale. And I yield for any questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator, you recognize Senator Fillingane to speak on the amendment?
We have no objection to the amendment, Mr. President.
No objection to the amendment. We're ready for your motion, Senator.
Adopt the amendment by use of the morning roll call.
It's just a voice vote, sir. Just
Adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Fillingane, you're back on the bill
Thank you,
as
Mr. President. If
amended.
there are no other questions, we move adoption of the bill by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Cause of voting no. Present. Seeing none. Bill passes. Number 9. That's number 9. Number 10, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 10, House Bill 1897, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1897, Northwest Regional Alliance authorized Tate, Panola, Lafayette, and Yalobusha counties to form for economic development purposes.
Make the usual motion.
Use your motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to recognize Senator Boyd to explain the bill.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that creates the Northwest Regional Alliance. The Northwest Regional Alliance is creating an economic development entity between the counties of Tate, Panola, Lafayette, and Yalobusha counties. And they have come together, their boards of supervisors have all signed off on this, and then it's to improve the collaboration between the counties for shared growth and investment. Essentially, y'all are familiar with the Pool Alliance, the Golden Triangle. Many of y'all have these alliances across your area, and so this would form that alliance between those two counties. What the bill simply does, it follows the language that the legislature has passed before, very similarly for the Pool Alliance. That alliance is Union, Pontotoc, and Lee, but what it does is it gives them this bill, what it does is it outlines the powers and authorities, it puts the funding mechanisms, it also puts requirements in here with like collaboration between MDA on these. It outlines compliance and reporting of these particular issues, and it goes into project management, financial operations, property management, contractual authority, partnership development, bond issuance, and annual reporting and transparency requirements, and financial oversight. So that is an explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer questions on it. We're very excited about this. Some of y'all had asked in committee yesterday if we would share the information that we gained during this process, and I was called by several of those economic developers in those regions, and they said they would love to share the information as we're working in this process. That's a simple explanation of the bill, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay. Senator Blackman, I think you have an introduction. Let's finish the bill, and I'll get to you, sir. Questions on the bill? Seeing none?
I move for adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator Harkins. Senator Blackman, we're ready now on the introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, we have some of our wonderful farmers hailing out of Lee County. I'd like the Senate to make them feel welcome.
Thank you. Okay, we have a number of committee meetings we need to have here this morning, finish it up. Y'all going through the calendar quickly. So I'll ask for announcements first. Senator Delano.
Announcement that Technology Committee will meet after recess in room 210. Take up one bill.
210 after recess. Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules Committee will meet today 5 minutes after recess.
Rules, 5 minutes after recess. Senator Barrett.
Environmental Protection will meet this afternoon to bring up one issue at 4 p.m. for confirmation.
4 p.m. for confirmation. Senator Fillingane.
For an introduction at the appropriate time, Mr. President.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the West and South Galleries, we have a group of school children ranging from kindergarten through 12th grade. They are from the Hub City Classical Conversations School. Their teacher is Miss Erin Brewer, and their principal is Kate Cates. And so if y'all will stand up, and we would love to make you welcome to the State Senate.
Welcome. Glad to have you here. Okay, Senator Blackwell, do you have an announcement, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, we're ready for Senator Blackwell.
For a motion.
For a motion, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess to 1:30.
Stand in recess to 1:30. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Stand in recess. I'd like to call the Senate to order, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Senator Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to House Bill 1902, item 11 on today's calendar, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1902, taxation, revise various tax credits.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hawkins.
My motion is to explain the committee amendment. Be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the amendment, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a kind of an omnibus tax credit bill that's got several different tax credits in it. In committee, we amended the amount that was in the first section of the bill just to basically be neutral. There's no increase in the amount of the tax credit that's out there. Some of the other ones have decreases in the tax credits. I think it was kind of a swap going from one to the other, but there are some provisions of others that we want to look at to see if we can make it a little more available for the intended purpose of the tax credit. So we're going to continue to work on that with the House to get a final bill, but it does have a reverse repealer in it, and that is an explanation of the tax credit bill. Really doesn't do a whole lot.
Questions?
Happy to yield for any questions.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
Amendment at proper time.
Please come forward. Questions? Questions on the question on the actual amendment? Okay.
I know, so I didn't get adopted.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator Hawkins?
I do.
Senator Hill, you recognize.
Thank you. The very last line of the bill says the bill will repeal December of 2024 on the Senate amendment. Is that a mistake, or is that intended to repeal all the tax credits, or what does that mean?
It's a reverse repealer.
Okay. Usually don't they say July? Okay, so that's just a reverse repealer?
It's just another effort.
Okay, well, I can't remember seeing that before, so.
I think they don't want it repealed, so I don't think they would take it as a friendly amendment.
Well, I didn't think they would either, but I just want to make sure.
Yeah, that's the intent, is to
Okay, thank you.
cause it to go to conference.
Senator Barr?
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Wait, we'll finish the vote on this real quickly, and then I'll come right back to you, sir. Okay, any other questions? Senator Blunt? Senator Blunt had an amendment. Senator Hawkins?
I've got to adopt the committee committee amendment.
Yes, that's correct.
Motion is we adopt the committee amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, Senator Blunt?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there are 6 different tax credit programs that are in the bill. The first is in Section 1, deals with the Children's Promise Act. If you recall, the Children's Promise Act is a law that's been in effect for a few years now that allows a citizen or a business entity to pay half of their taxes, not to the state of Mississippi, but to the eligible charitable organization of their choice, which is almost always a private school in the state. So you can choose to get a tax credit for half of your tax obligation, and in this bill, your local property taxes, and pay that money directly to the private school of your choice. What the amendment before you would do is say that if you are a school that receives tax money, you would be subject to the same accountability standards and the same requirements of the Department of Audit as public schools in order to be eligible. The reason I think this is a good amendment and why I ask you to vote for it is this is money that is effectively tax money. Our public schools are subject to these standards because we demand accountability and results from our public schools, and our public schools are subject to oversight by the state auditor, and anybody receiving public funds should be subject to the oversight of the state auditor. That's an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Fillingane?
Thank you, Mr. President, for a question.
Are you a senator?
Yes.
Senator Fillingane is recognized for a question on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, is this the same fund, or maybe a different one, where crisis pregnancy centers get dollars or get tax credits in the same program?
No, sir. I believe that program is in this bill, but that program is not affected by this amendment. This amendment only affects schools.
Okay, so that was my question. So you're trying to restrict this to the private schools that are receiving funds from the state?
Yes, this only affects educational institutions, and our amendment would say that if you're going to receive this money and you are a school, you should be subject to the same accountability standards and audits requirements as a public school. The amendment does not affect crisis pregnancy centers.
Thank you.
Other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator?
My motion would be adoption of the amendment.
Okay, Senator Hawkins, you're recognized.
I would encourage you to vote no on the amendment. The private schools are separate from the public schools. Peer is eligible to go in and review and inquire. They did an inquiry last year on how the funds are being used. It states in the language of the bill that it can be used for certain provisions. And so I think we've worked with and talked to MAIS about coming up with a better accountability standard for it, but it does already have accountability measures in the bill. I encourage you to vote no.
Okay, Senator Blunt has proposed amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. We're on the bill. Everyone return to your desk, please. Senator Sparks? Senator Thompson? Okay. All in favor of the amendment, please stand. I get 19. Those opposed, thank you. Would you please be seated? Those opposed, please stand. Amendment fails, 25 to 18. Thank you. Okay. Senator Hawkins, we're ready on your amendment, sir. I mean, on the document. Do we have another amendment? I'm sorry, Senator Barr, we have amendment on the plan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is another simple amendment. It applies only to money given to those private entities, the 501c3s. We've been doing the Children's Promise Act for several years now, and all this amendment would do is instruct Peer to conduct an annual audit of the records to ensure that the kids are receiving the money, that the money is being spent on children. As of this point, we don't know if that is actually the case. All this amendment would do was allow Peer to go in and provide those findings to the legislature. I've spoken to the chairman about it. He's aware of the amendment, not sure if he's supporting it, but I'm just asking, I'll yield for any questions on that at this point. If there are no questions, I move for adoption of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Questions? Seeing none, Senator Hawkins. I'm sorry, Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You yield for a question, Senator Barr?
Yes, I do.
Senator Hill's recognized.
Do you know of any other organizations that get tax credits? Because we give out a lot of tax credits to a lot of private individuals. Do we audit their books?
I don't know. If it's not within the peer review of education, I kind of keep my narrowly tailored focus education. So
maybe
I leave that to the chairman of finance, and he can answer that better than I could.
Okay. Well, I don't ever recall of any.
Well, I think if we're going to spend
even the public hospitals, I think we had
up to $18 million a year on to private entities. I think we need to make sure we're accounting for the money.
Were you here when we had that debate on public hospitals not wanting to open their books? And they get way more than $18 million, don't they?
I'm good with auditing those too as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Other questions on the amendment? We're on the amendment. Senator Harkins, you're recognized to speak on the amendment, and then we'll take up the motion.
I'm going to let the body vote on this. I think that, the schools are providing the money, supposed to be for the kids, for education, for the intended purposes listed in the bill, and if Pierre gets a report from them saying that, I don't have a problem with the amendment.
Do not have a problem with the amendment. Okay, then Senator has moved for adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins, you're on.
No further questions. I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Senator Bryan objects to the morning roll call. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins.
Aye.
Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Senator the 12th. Senator the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Berry. Blackwell. Boyd. Hobson. McMahon. Michelle. Seymour. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Voting yes or yea. Berry, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Johnson, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, Parks, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay. Barnett. Blackman, Blunt, Boyd, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Frazier, Hickman, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thomas, and Turner Ford.
Uh, 23 yeas and 26 nays, it failed. Okay, we have any introductions before we start on again? Senator DeBar?
Thank you, Mr. President. In the North Gallery, you have a constituent of mine. She's up there. She's already smiling. Her name is Gayla Cowart. She is also the mother of our senior page, Anna Pierce. And so Anna put me up to this, Gayla, so it's her fault. But she's also with her, with Gayla, is two people from Columbus. And so Chuck Younger, Senator Younger, joins me in welcoming Emily West and Mackenzie West. If the Senate would help make all three of these people welcome to the Senate.
Senator Boyd,
Objection out of order.
please proceed.
If the Senate will help me make welcome, in the gallery over here, we have Richard Cross of Oxford. Welcome to the Senate.
Has his own radio show in the morning, sports. Pretty much if you cut on the radio, you get to listen to Richard. So welcome, we're glad you're here. Senator Senator Hawkins, you're ready.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 12 on today's calendar, House Bill 1, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1, Build Up Mississippi Act, create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, be recognized to explain the committee strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing that I think is kind of telling in tax policy is consistency, and that's what this bill before you is. It's a consistent version of our bill with all the parts of it. The only addition to this, to our plan, is a trigger going forward, and I think they're going to hand out some handouts that's going to have some information for you. It'll have a summary of the bill, section by section summary, along with some handouts on some of the language, and so everybody will have a good understanding of how this mechanism works going forward. One of the things that we've tried to do is to be consistent on the part that our plan doesn't raise any taxes to fund this income tax cut. We are going off of economic growth, and economic growth will drive how fast, how much, and how long this process takes. Our plan reduced the grocery tax from 7% to 5% immediately. This bill does the same. Our plan had infrastructure investment in there, 3 cents a year for the first 3 years, and then indexed after that based on the National Highway Construction Cost Index. So those components don't change. Our rate cut from 4 to 3 is the same. We're 25 points a year, 0.25 if you will, and takes it down over 4 years from 4 to 3. Once it reaches that point, there are two factors that have to be met in order for the rate to be cut in out years. One is we have to have a rainy day fund that is full. Our position is going to be that we change the rainy day fund from 10% of appropriation to 12% of revenue starting immediately, and put in a lump sum from the CapEx to fill that, and by 2030, that rate would go to 13%. 13% of revenue is what our rainy day fund would be. I think you've heard Senator Hobson discuss the condition of our rainy day fund as it relates to other states, and we're probably on the low end of the scale when it comes to states and their preparedness to meet disasters and mitigate problems. And so we're gonna shore up our rainy day fund by making that investment into it. And so the trigger going forward, you'll see in a handout that you've been given, the cost to cut 1 point on the income tax from 4 to 3 is about $407 million. If our surplus in revenue from the prior year is greater than our spending of the current fiscal year when the trigger is applied, that's going to create a surplus. If that surplus is 85% or more of that cost to reduce the rate by 1 point, we're going to cut the income tax by 20 basis points, or 0.20. So in 4 years, when the rate is 3%, if it meets that trigger, then we would go to 2.8, a 20 basis point cut. If the surplus is 100% of that number to cut the rate 1 point, we'll cut the rate by 25 basis points, or 0.25. So the rate would go from 3 to 2.75. And if the economy is really doing good, a lot of activity, a lot of revenues come to the state, and it's over 115% of that cost, that number, then we will cut the income tax by 30 basis points, meaning it would go from 3 to 2.7. That's what's going to drive income tax elimination into the future in our state. Our economy is going to have to produce. Our spending is going to have to be in check, and we're going to have the money there in order to cut and not borrow our way into an income tax elimination. We've done really good over the last several years to pay off about $1 billion in debt after this year, and I don't think it would be very fiscally prudent to go back and borrow a bunch of money so you can eliminate the income tax and drive our debt service back up. So that's the principle behind how we would provide a path toward income tax elimination. It's pretty simple. It's our economy. It's the economy, it's the economy, it's the economy. Are we producing? Are we performing? Is everything working? And if it's not, we don't cut. So if you wind up having, $150, $200 million of surplus, it doesn't meet that trigger benchmark, well, you got a $200 million jump start on the following year. And with any revenue growth, you're going to hopefully meet that lower level and start cutting income tax. So I think it's a prudent and responsible way of going forward, and it doesn't raise anybody's sales tax to do. There's sections in the bill, and that's part of the first, and you have in front of you a section by section explanation. That's what Section 2 essentially does, is explains the trigger. Section 1 just lays out the tax cut going down a 1/4 point a year for 4 years, and then starting the trigger thereafter. Section 3 addresses the grocery tax from 7 to 5. Section 4 makes conforming amendments to remove the grocery tax exemption to the City of Jackson on their 1% sales tax activity, because it will no longer be taxed at 7%, 5. Section 6 increases the excise tax on gasoline from 18 to 21 cents like our plan did before. Section 7 and 8 also makes the same adjustments on diesel fuels and kerosene. Section 9 and 10 is conforming amendments to certain references to special fuels as well. Section 11 provides for the apportionment of revenue from the portion of excise tax on gasoline, special fuels above 18 cents per gallon. This is what we talked about last time, where those monies that are going in on the gas tax will go in an apportionment to state aid road at 23.75%. The strategic multimodal fund will get 2.75% of those monies, and MDOT will receive 74% for constructing and maintaining improving segments of highways and bridges under its jurisdiction and for operational improvement on such segments in accordance with the project scheduled as reported in the 3-year plan as adopted by MDOT. This will give State Aid Road double the capacity they're doing today in 3 years. Section 12, adjust the distribution of revenue from the excise tax on gasolines. Section 12 also adjusts the distribution of sales tax revenue on the application of the 5% grocery tax rate. This is the part that we talked about, all the diversions that are tied to sales tax and specifically grocery tax, where cities and Education Enhancement Fund, the ad valorem reduction fund, all those funds are made whole in this section. There's an increased percentage. Normally 18.5 cents goes back to the municipality. Well, in this case, it'll jump to, I think, 25.9%. And it makes those accommodations for counties where TIF districts are located, Education Enhancement Fund, the ad valorem reduction tax, community colleges and IHL, and the like. So it just that where all of them are made whole. Nobody will suffer under this reduction in grocery tax. Section 13, adjust the distribution of use tax after the application of a 5% grocery tax is implemented. Section 14 through 22 deal with PERS, and as does Section 23 and 24 through 27. And Mr. President, I'm going to temporarily yield the mic to Senator Sparks to explain these sections of the bill, and then I will be happy to answer any questions or any comments that anyone may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Before I begin to explain the portions of the bill that address the retirement system, I have an amendment. I'd like to be recognized to explain the amendment.
You're recognized to explain the amendment, sir.
Thank you. The amendment should be up on the board. It amends line 4285 by deleting the words "and before March 1st, 2026, and further amends lines 4317 through 4318 by deleting the words "but before March 1st, 2026, and then further deleting the word "amended" and inserting "brought forward." The purpose of this amendment is that the ORP program would continue with those amendments at a manner in which I will explain during the bill. That's an explanation of the amendment. I would yield to questions on the amendment.
Okay, Senator.
I would yield to questions on the amendment if there are any.
Senator Blackman, for what purpose?
It's a question, but it's not for Senator Sparks, for the chairman.
Okay, one moment. He'll be back in just a second. Senator Chasnow, for what purpose, ma'am?
For an introduction.
Just one moment, please. Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
Question on the amendment, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Sparks, does this just deal with the ORP program?
That's correct.
Okay.
Only the ORP program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Senator?
Move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Sparks?
Thank you, Mr. President. The sections that address, and I believe you do have a pass out that address the state retirement system, sections 14 through 22, where we create a new fifth tier. The fifth tier is the same language that this body has passed. I also passed out, or had passed out to you, some talking points or issues that are very important about this. You're all aware we have a $26.5 billion unfunded liability. The employee contribution is 9%, and the employer contribution is 17.9, headed to 19.9. There's something in green on that piece of paper that I want to address first. This bill does not reduce any benefits, including the cost of living adjustment, the COLA, also known as the 13th check, to current retirees, beneficiaries, or employees. It's a very important point. You've probably received some communications over the last few days that might not understand that point, so I want to be real clear. Nothing we did when we passed Tier 5 out of this body the first time reduced any earned benefit to any beneficiary, employee, or retiree, and this continues to do the same thing. It actually puts more money into the PERS system to help pay off the unfunded actuarially accumulated liability so that we can meet our obligations to the retirees, beneficiaries, and employees. No one that is an employee today who is a retiree today has any benefit that will be impacted by this legislation, except for the fact that this legislation will make the system stronger to meet those obligations. It is such as my belief, and it is also the belief of 8 members of the elected PERS board. You remember last year that the PERS board, there was some legislation that came from the other end of the hall that affected the makeup of the actual retirement system board. You heard from your constituents. Your constituents in a loud voice said, don't change our board. Don't make our board appointees. Don't take away our elected board. We trust them. They have our best interest at heart. They understand the needs of the system. Listen to them. I would ask you to look at the minutes of the Board of Trustees meeting from December 18, 2024, which is up on the screen, and you should have a copy at your desk. The report of the Legislative Committee addressed what we are doing today, which is a Tier 5. The PERS Board requested a Tier 5 last year as well. But you will see there was a motion that if we as the plan sponsor propose a Tier 5 hybrid defined benefit, defined contribution that is in the framework of what was presented at this meeting, and by the way, that was presented by the actuaries. I didn't present this plan to the PERS board, if you're wondering. I didn't get to ask the PERS board to vote. I don't vote on the PERS board. Now, I do have one of these fancy get in the elevator cards that has my picture on it, and it has PERS underneath it, and when you pull it, I'm going to say, vote for Tier 5. Like the old cow used to, you know, on the pull child toy. But the reason I'm going to say vote for Tier 5 is because the PERS board asked you to. They endorsed the framework of this plan. You can see the votes. Voting for Benson, Breland, Dale, Graham, Hanna, Rutledge, Smith, and Yarborough. Only Mr. Graham is an appointee. The others are elected. There was one nay vote. Now, as you all understand, the board speaks through their minutes, not through an individual member who decides on their own to go say whatever's on their heart to whomever because they don't like it. So I want to be very clear. Whatever communications you have received, unless it included these board minutes, I just want to make sure and be very, very clear. This is a PERS board endorsed hybrid Tier 5 that going forward would take the 9% from the employee's contribution, 4% would go into a defined benefit plan, 5% would go into a defined contribution plan like a 401k. It's 8 years to vest. There's 1% service credit per year. Military service credit, you can get up to 4 years of active duty. That was current in the current plan, and we kept that. The average compensation is a calculation of your 8 highest consecutive years. The disability rules remain relatively unchanged. No partial lump sum option is allowed. Full retirement is at 62 years of age with 30 years of service, or 65 years of age with at least 8 years of service, or at any age with 35 years of service. A cost of living adjustment is not guaranteed in this plan on the defined benefit portion. It would be ad hoc by approval of the legislature. The defined contribution plan, you vest immediately. It is portable, similar to a 401k, and we intend for these funds to be able to be accessed with a hardship determination similar to the rules in the 401k. So much of those rules are governed by the IRS, as these are federal designations. Deferred compensation is a program that we already have and that will continue. We've also allowed for employers to match contributions that are potentially within the 401A or the deferred compensation. We're trying to have a retirement plan for the future while ensuring the success of the retirement plan of today and of the past. That is an explanation of the Tier 5 piece. The amendment we adopted addresses the ORP, which is the optional retirement program that is available to IHL employees of a certain classification. The change to ORP is that the current rate that they are receiving as a match is 14.9%. We are capping it at that rate because the rate is tied to the PERS employer contribution rate, which, as you know, is moving upward another 1.5 to 19.9 based on legislation we voted on last year. This decouples ORP from the rate, and it grandfathers them in at that rate. The same way we're not touching anyone that is currently in PERS, their COLA, it's grandfathered in to the people who are in the system. Same way in ORP, they keep the rate they have today. Any future ORP participants would be allowed to be matched up to 9%. The excess between the 19.9 and the 9 will go to pay the unfunded actuarial liability. There was a lot of question from time to time how our tax bill didn't address PERS. Well, our 4-bill package did address PERS, but in this tax bill, we are showing that PERS must be handled. Your liability must be handled before you make such decisions about eliminating revenue. In this particular case, we are trying to honor the commitments and intend to honor the commitments that we have made to each person, but this move will likely generate $7.5 million annually into the unfunded actuarial liability and several $million in the future as people who go into ORP have a 9% bargained for match, and the balance goes to the unfunded actuarial liability. That is the purpose of that change. We also end the supplemental legislative retirement program for anyone elected after March 1st, 2026. While the economic impact of the legislative supplemental retirement program is very minute on the PERS system as a whole, it is a point of contention that this body and its elected members probably don't want to have with our constituents. So that's why we are ending SLRP in this bill. That is an explanation of the sections which I believe I am responsible to address. I would yield the mic back to the chairman and certainly yield to any appropriate questions that may come my way. One last thing I would say is that this strengthens the PERS system for the people that I made the commitment to honor the benefits that they've earned.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Senator Harkins?
I believe I got an amendment at the desk.
It's on the screen, Senator. We're ready.
Okay. This amendment just kind of fine-tunes the definition of appropriation. It means the total amount contained in all deficit appropriation bills that are recurring expenses in state support funds and all general fund appropriation bills passed into law, but not including additional appropriations, excessive statutory required employer rate for the public employees retirement system in Mississippi, which figure shall provide annually to the Commissioner by the Legislative Budget Office on or before October 1st for the current fiscal year, beginning October 2029 for fiscal year appropriation 2030, and presented at the next meeting of the Joint Legislative Budget Committee. So just fine-tuning the definition of appropriation, what's considered recurring and not just general deficits. Sometimes deficits are one-time monies. So that's the explanation of the amendment. I'll be happy to yield for any questions. If there are none, I move adoption of the amendment.
Yeah, I'd like to have questions on the amendment. We're coming back to Senator Blackman had a question on the bill, but any questions on the amendment? Any questions? If you'd raise your hand, I'd be happy to recognize you. Senator Jordan for a question on this amendment, Senator Jordan.
Maybe I'm not on that amendment. The other gent on PERS, that's what I...
Okay.
Okay, Senator Sparks, will you yield for a question from Senator Jordan?
Do the amendment.
Yeah, we need to finish the amendment first, Senator Jordan. One moment, please. Any questions on the amendment? We're ready for your motion, sir.
Move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, now we're back on the bill as amended, and we're ready for questions on the bill. Is that all the amendment? One moment, please. Is that all the amendments? No. Yeah, I know. Is there an amendment? No. Yes. Okay. Whose amendment is this, please, sir? Senator Turner Ford, would you approach, please? Senator Turner Ford is recognized for amendment on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment that is proposed is listed. Let me just explain the purpose of it. The bill, House Bill 1, and I would say the Senate strikeout version, proposes various diversions for the use and benefit of counties and municipalities. And what is proposed here in this amendment would actually allow municipalities to have some latitude to use their funds. If everything that the chairman has said comes to fruition, there is economic growth. More funds will be collected and diverted into the special fund, which basically consists of the collection of use tax. And what I'm proposing in this amendment on page 2 is that municipalities would be able to use those use tax funds for the acquisition, rehabilitation of buildings. And that is all the amendment seeks to do. It does not increase the amount collected. It does not create a further tax burden on our citizens. It just gives the municipalities the latitude to use those funds beyond roads and bridges to include buildings. I yield for questions.
Questions? Senator Blackman, you're waiting on the amendment. Senator Blunt, you're waiting on the plan. Any questions on this amendment, sir? Anyone have a question on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Senator. I mean, the way I'm looking at it, it just says repair, maintenance, and reconstruction of roads, streets, and bridges, and it adds an acquisition or rehabilitation of buildings in municipalities. So I guess if that's all it's doing, we're just adding another use for the use tax at the county level or at the city level. I mean, the body can decide what they want to do on that. I'm not in opposition of it. It doesn't increase or decrease the use tax funding, so it just allows them, if there's some buildings that they have, I guess allows them to use their use tax for that. But I would remind people that the use tax, the diversion at first was for roads and bridges. We had a number of bridges out all over the state, and so I would just caution everybody that the one concern I have is that people start using this for something other than what the intended use was, which was maintenance, construction of roads, streets, and bridges. And so when you take your vote, just remember that. And if your county has roads and bridges out, you may want to let that weigh on your mind when you decide your vote. But
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question of the chairman.
You yield, Senator?
Yes, I do.
Senator, you recognize Senator Hill?
I think you may have explained what I was going to ask, but I think it adds the acquisition of buildings or properties and a renovation of building or properties with that use fund money.
Yes,
Okay, so that was never the intended use. It was intended for roads and bridges, correct?
correct.
So if they need it that bad for roads and bridges, maybe we need to leave it roads and bridges?
That's what everybody's going to decide if they, everybody can take count of where their county sits in the Department of Roads and Bridges and decide whether or not they want to allow a diversion of the money that's going for roads and bridges to buildings and rehab.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Ready?
If I may, Mr. President, the amendment does not affect the expenditures of counties. What it proposes, if the state is going to experience the economic growth that we hope to achieve, then there will be fuel taxes that will be collected. And it's my understanding that House Bill 1 proposes that some of those fuel taxes will be diverted to municipalities. So if there's going to be an increase in the tax, what I'm proposing is that municipalities will also have some latitude to use these monies for their, to acquire or rehab buildings. So it does not affect counties at all. This amendment is drawn narrowly to affect municipalities only. And I would also say that, some of our cities may have bridges, but many of them do not. And counties, their funds, collections would be unaltered. This amendment is related only to the tax as it relates to municipalities.
Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir?
One question, Mr. President.
One moment, please. Which person, sir?
For Senator Turner Ford.
One moment. Senator Turner Ford, will you yield for a question?
I do yield.
Senator Hobson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator. I'm assuming, but I want to make sure that the acquisition would be for public buildings, the rehabilitation would be public buildings only, correct?
Correct.
They couldn't use those funds to rehabilitate any private facilities. This would have to be purchase of municipal buildings and rehabilitation of municipal buildings. Am I correct?
That is the purpose of the amendment.
Thank you.
Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
I do yield.
Senator Barnett's recognized for a question.
Thank you. Senator Ford, thank you for this amendment, but would you also agree that this could help in those smaller municipalities that may have their city halls and fire departments or police departments that have fallen into disarray over the years to help with some of those expenses if everything according to the bill does what it's supposed to do?
Absolutely, and I would just follow up by saying perhaps if those municipalities are in the position to use these funds for such purpose, they wouldn't necessarily have to come here and lobby us for project dollars.
Thank you for this, Senator Ford.
Senator Barnett, we're ready for your motion, sir. Ma'am, we're ready for your motion.
I move adoption of the amendment.
Move adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Pardon me?
Division. I'm sorry.
All right, Senator Harkins. Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you.
On the bill as amended, Senator Turner.
As amended. As amended, all right. So that's an explanation of the bill. I think I'm close up here. I think we've tried to put something before you that's responsible, that's takes into consideration growth. It's not going to require us to go and borrow to work our way through this. And if there are no further questions, I move passage on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill. Senator Blackman, you had a question. You were the first up, sir.
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield, Senator Harkins?
I yield.
Senator, you're recognized for a question.
Has the $101 million that the federal government says the state of Mississippi owes been factored into any of these tax discussions?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next up, Senator Blunt. You're recognized, sir. For what purpose?
Speak on final passage, please, Mr. President.
Speak on final passage. Senator Bryan is recognized for speak on final passage. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose?
Question.
Were you in for a question, sir?
I do.
Please
Thanks.
proceed.
I'm just trying to find out, because I had heard some things a thing that I didn't understand when the first bill came across, and that was stuff about taking money from the lottery and spending, and I guess redirecting that money. Is that in this bill?
No.
Or you mentioned EEF and all that. Is
That was on the EEF. That had to do with the apportionment of sales tax revenue back to the municipalities, back to all these funds that derive a diversion from sales tax. When you have sales tax dollars, part of it goes back to the municipality where the purchase was made, part of it goes to the EEF fund, part of it goes to the ad valorem reduction fund, part of it goes to several different funds to get money off of general sales tax diversion. So what we're saying is we're going to lower the grocery tax. Those funds will be impacted if you don't make up the difference. And so we're saying is that we're going to make up the difference where all of them are whole, as if the rate was still 7%. Does not speak to the lottery, doesn't change anything on the lottery.
Okay, just to put a cherry on that, because when we did in 2018, we set all that up. The lottery with going to roads and bridges, education, early education, it's working and working very well. So it concerned me that we were, in essence, messing with that. So what I hear you saying is we're not messing with that.
We're not messing
in this
with
bill, and you don't think that it'll come back up?
No,
in
we
Congress?
don't address that in our version.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Barrett, for what purpose, sir?
Friendly question for Senator Sparks, please.
Senator Sparks, will you yield for a question?
Are you?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Sparks. In looking at page 5 of the PERS minutes, which was voted on 8-1, I understand that they essentially voted for a plan that would ultimately do several things, and that being that it would have a favorable impact on future funded status of the plan, that it would direct a larger share of the employer contribution toward the UAAL, which is the unfunded actuarial accrued liability. It would pay off that UAAL sooner, and it would mitigate contribution rate risk. And it's my appreciation of the plan that it does everything that the PERS board requested. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I think that's a very good point. It's not just in general. We have a $26.5 billion unfunded actuarial liability, and we need to try to fix it. It was very specific that with a hybrid plan such as this, that would do the things that you just named off, which that UAAL, I want to be very clear, that liability is to current employees, retirees, and beneficiaries, not any future yet to be hired employee. So you're very much correct. A vote today for Tier 5 is voting to ensure paying the liability that is due to current employees, retirees, and beneficiaries that they have earned.
And finally, this Tier 5 plan, which you have worked so hard on, it is to better sustain PERS and to maintain its fiscal integrity for existing membership. Is that correct?
That's correct, and the PERS board, I don't believe, would have endorsed the plan if it didn't, because they have a fiduciary duty to those current employees, beneficiaries, and retirees. But I'll go a step further, since we're looking at this document. There was a motion to amend the endorsement. And there's been discussion about, well, let's just, and this is another one that's come out in post and text, is that let's just do a pure defined benefit, similar to what we have today, and let's do a lesser COLA, and that would be better than Tier 5. That was presented to the board, and if you will notice, there's an amendment that actually said if we just do a defined benefit plan that accomplishes the same impact on the future status of the plan being paying off those liabilities, would we add that to this endorsement? First of all, they didn't present a plan that day. They came back later and presented what they're telling everybody they presented, but they presented a hypothetical unicorn. They presented a defined benefit that had the same impact. Well, they didn't present a plan. But even under that hypothetical, the board did not vote on it because the proponent of that motion could not get a second. So of the 9 other members on the board, not only would they not vote for the plan that some of you have probably been communicated recently, and I'm not faulting our constituents, they're just telling us what they're being told.
Sure.
But whoever told them that didn't read the minutes, and they also didn't watch the recorded hearing, the recorded meeting, because all of this is available for someone to go see on YouTube, and they could hear the words and see the vote. But that hypothetical plan that's muddy in the water, we're voting on a tier 5 in this bill, which the PERS board did endorse because of the reasons you stated, and they also shot down without even a vote in a second this defined benefit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, we're back. Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the person just spoke pretty well and answered what I wanted to know. Somebody like myself was worried about how would these resources be available for people like me who've given so many years in the classroom, so many years on city council, so many years here. I wouldn't want you to run out of resources, but I've heard enough to be convinced that this $26.5 billion would still be that some of it be there, and this part is healthy.
That's correct. The $26.5 billion, part of that is what we owe you.
You bet.
And I intend that you get paid.
You bet. I appreciate that.
We have $35 billion in assets currently. Thank you.
I just didn't want it to run out on me, and I've been out so long.
You deserve better than that, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Thank you. Senator Brumfield, for what purpose, sir?
For a question, Mr.
You
President.
yield for a question, sir?
I yield.
Senator Brumfield is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had several calls and concerns about PERS being part of this conversation, and part of the concerns are if we change the system, will we empty the system for those who are already in it? And will this reduce the participation of those who are new this is intended to impact?
Sure, it's a great question. I would go back a little bit to what Senator Jordan had just stated about his own service. We owe it no matter the Tier 5. In other words, Tier 5, in its implementation, the actuaries have said this is better for the financial health of the system. The PERS board, with only one nay vote, said this plan is better for the system, as Senator Barrett pointed out, the different things. But to get it down to layman's terms, we're trying to make sure that what we do today makes the commitment we already have to people be paid in full. So I know that I got one text, and I probably know the source of it, of the information, but literally stated that my bill would deplete PERS in 10 years. That's unfair. That's wrong. But it also says that the board didn't do their homework. Well, the board not only did their homework, the actuary did their homework. So anyone who is ringing that alarm bell is doing it without providing any documentation to back it up, and it flies in the face of what I would say are 4 different actuaries that have looked at the circumstances in the last year or so, but the board themselves, who have a fiduciary duty to those people you just mentioned to make sure that we pay their benefits in full. So the purpose of Tier 5 is to strengthen the system.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Brumfield. Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Are you
President.
for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Seymour, you recognize.
I'm trying to understand a certain portion of this. On line 2917, it talks about for any elected official who becomes a member of the system on or after 26th, no service credit shall be awarded for leave. What does that mean?
Anyone who is hired currently under the system, if someone has worked a period of time and they had accumulated leave, they could cash that in for years of service. Part of the problem with that is that you can't actuarially account for that. It's one of the reasons we're $26.5 billion upside down, is because if I have accumulated leave time, that's leave time. It could be paid out, but to add it to my service credit means I'm adding to my benefit that no employer nor employee paid in a contribution because they have not used it. So in the new plan, you have service credit for years of work, with the one exception of the military active duty service credit.
So an ordinary word, not an elected official, a lot of them have worked for municipalities or whoever and have accrued that same type of leave. It's going to be up to the municipality or the county to make them whole on time?
No, currently, and again, because we're not taking any right of any employee who's currently employed, this is for future hires. These are people hired after March 1st, 2026. They would not be able to use accrued leave to add to the service credit. But somebody who's working today, that's a right they have, and we're taking no rights away from people who are currently employed or retired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Seymour. Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question before the chairman, Mr. President.
Yes.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions on the tax portion of this bill. I get that this is a large piece of legislation, and I have to quote my good friend from across there that said, I wish we would do one thing in each of these bills. But to the taxes, the general scheme of this tax bill that we have is to give tax relief or to cut taxes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so if you would, let's look at the gas tax in the bill. I think that's section like 7 or 8. Looking at the gasoline tax, we're going to increase the gasoline tax by 3 cents over how many years?
3 cents over 3 years.
And so that would equal what percentage increase over time?
9 cent increase.
And that takes us to 2029, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, what happens in 2029? I think the bill mentioned something about an index. Can you explain that to me? What happens in 2029?
It indexes based on the cost of construction, and it's every other year it takes a look at the cost of construction according to the National Highway Construction Cost Index. And if the cost of construction goes up, and it runs through a formula, several of the states use that as a benchmark for indexing gas tax, it would raise the tax up at a maximum of a penny.
So basically, with this bill, just on this fuel tax portion, not looking at all the other use taxes, a vote for this bill would be a vote for potentially a perpetual increase in a tax of some sort.
It depends on the cost of construction. I think that's what it's tied to. And if it ever got to the point where the legislature wanted to pause it or wanted to cap it or wanted to do anything like that, we certainly could.
So
but I think that's the problem with the 87 plan, is that when they made this plan in 87, there was no indexing feature, and so the cost of inflation has eaten up the value of the money that was intended at the beginning to put all the 4 lanes in and to maintain them. Now you can't do that. That's why we've been having to put money in of excess revenues to subsidize some of the functions of MDOT.
So do you know how much money this legislature appropriated last year for this FY budget?
For what? MDOT?
Just over completely, the complete budget.
It's over $7 billion.
How about the year before?
Probably 6.9 maybe. I had to ask my appropriation folks, exact number. What was our budget last year and the year before?
7 billion, 34 last year, and the year before that was 6 billion, 600.
Okay. 6,600,000,000, 7 billion.
So it seems that we are, from just those 2 years, we are appropriating more money. And so that money has to come from somewhere. So are we actually getting a tax cut or just realigning taxes here?
It's a tax cut. I mean, if you're looking at what we appropriated money to, we put $270 million in education funding formula. We add about $30 to $40 million a year right now for that. We've spent money on corrections. We've spent money in Child Protective Services, Department of Mental Health, MDOT, all those things. Debt service has gone up a couple of times over the last few years. So that's where some of the money is spent. Now, what we're talking about doing is cutting people's taxes on income from work. So that's the basis of what we're doing. But we're also saying that the people that use the roads are being the ones that are going to shoulder the majority of the responsibility on maintaining them.
Now, just the question is, I think, well, you may be aware, may not. I serve a pretty rural district, and there are people that I know in my district that drive from Noxubee County to Canton to Nissan every day. And there are people, of course, who use these same roads to a degree, making the same amount of money, and they drive 5 miles a day. Is that going to put more of a burden on the people that I serve that are driving 100 miles to work every day versus the people that drive 5 miles to work every day?
Well, I can't help where people live and where they work. If that's a consideration, I mean, I know people that move closer to work to live closer to work. I know people that live like where they live and want to live there and will make sacrifices to live there. But I believe that they're the ones that should shoulder the responsibility of maintaining the roads, not people that don't drive, or not people that are in nursing homes and aren't driving, that are spending their money on things. I think it's people that are using the roads and actually tearing up the roads that should shoulder the responsibility of doing that.
I get that, and I've heard all those arguments, but outside of the philosophical realm, would a person, no matter where they live, who drives 100 miles for work every day versus a person that drives 5 miles to work every day pay substantially more in taxes than the other?
Yes.
Thank you.
But if they move closer, they wouldn't pay as much.
Senator Parks?
An introduction at the appropriate time.
Okay, we're just about to finish, I think, here and cast about. So Senator Barr and you have ones to do. So if you'll hold just a moment. Any further questions on the bill? Any further questions on the bill? Senator Bryan, you recognize to speak on the bill? I'm sorry, one moment, please. Senator Hill?
Question.
Senator, you're for
Yes, I do.
questions? Senator Hill, you recognize.
Either you or Senator Sparks can recognize this. Just one question under the new tier. They work till they're 62 under the new tier, right? Before they can draw benefits?
Work until they're 62 under the new tier. She's saying they work until they're 62.
They work till they're 62 under the new tier?
No.
62 with 30 years,
It's
that's
60
correct.
now, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if somebody started at a real young age, like 22, they'd have to work 40 years to retire.
No, ma'am. It's 35 years at any age.
Okay, 35 years at any age, but
Yes,
you
ma'am.
can't draw it till you're 62?
Not 35 years at any age. So in your scenario, someone at 57 who'd worked 35 years could retire and draw their full retirement.
Okay,
Unreduced.
but if they had less than 35 years, they'd have to wait till 62?
That's correct. Unless 62 and 30, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Okay, I think we're on the strike-all, Senator.
Move adoption of the strike-all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill. Senator, pardon me? You would prefer to go before Senator Bryan? Senator Bryan was the first to ask. Pardon me? Senator Bryan? All right. Senator Blunt, and Senator Bryan will pass. Senator Blunt?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I'm going to ask you to vote no on this bill, which has been able to combine the two biggest issues of the session into one bill and be wrong on both of them. We have heard all session two things which I've never been able to reconcile. One is that the state is in the best financial shape it's ever been in and we need to eliminate the income tax. The other is the retirement system's in a crisis and it's going to need more money. And I just don't, for the life of me, understand how you can reconcile those 2 points. There's going to be further discussion, just a little bit, focusing on the income tax. But I want to focus my remarks on the retirement system, where I serve ex officio along with Senator Sparks, and everything that he's described to you today is factually accurate. But I disagree with the 5th tier recommendation and the importance of the retirement system to our state, and want to give you a few things to consider. First of all, we can argue about the 5th tier all day long, but it is a fact that whatever this tier looks like, this system needs more money, and it needs more money now. And the sooner we all recognize that, the sooner we can start to attack the problem. The longer it takes us to recognize that problem, the more it's going to cost to fix it. Now, we need a permanent revenue stream for PERS. And at the same time, where we're trying to figure out how to spend money to strengthen the retirement system, we are talking about eliminating 1/3 of the state budget. It doesn't make any sense at all. I want to just say, for the record, what I think many of you are thinking, and what I think many of your constituents are thinking: eliminating the income tax right now is a bad idea. You may have noticed, and I think all of us can agree, that there is a historic level of unpredictability in Washington right now as it relates to federal funds. Federal funds are 45% of our budget, almost $13 billion a year. Our budget comes from federal funds, and I think all of us know that all of that is up in the air right now, and none of us know what's going to happen. The federal government typically sends $800 million a year just for education to our Department of Education. All of that money comes through a department that's has been called for to be eliminated. What's going to happen with that? There's been lots of talk about Medicaid cuts in Washington, reducing the state match by 1%. And that state match was increased during COVID under the prior administration. Reducing the Medicaid match by 1% is going to be $80 million. There's an unprecedented amount of uncertainty right now, and it directly relates to our budget. But I want to talk to you about the 5th tier that's been proposed here, and I'll let somebody else speak more on the tax cut. This is not what we need to do. We have a problem, and as I said, the first thing that we need to do to address that problem is put more money into the retirement system, and an income tax cut makes that much, much harder. What do I think we ought to do? We need to have a permanent revenue stream for PERS. We need to take some of the surplus money we have right now, and we need to pay, the state, need to pay any further increases that come to our cities and counties. All of us have small towns and cities and counties that we represent, and it is hurting our local property taxpayers. We have the money right now, we ought to pay it. Now we got one place to get that money back home, and that comes from property taxes. We ought to do that. And we ought to preserve a defined benefit program. This is the key point I want to make about the 5th tier. And what Senator Sparks says to you is correct. One thing he did leave out is when they were presented with an opportunity to endorse a second plan, that vote was 5-3. It was very close. The second plan was not adopted by the board because they thought the legislature would be confused by that. I think we can handle 2 different alternatives, and I believe a defined benefit plan is the right way to go. The reason for that is and this is the most important point I want to make, we have a different responsibility than the PERS board. The PERS board has a responsibility, a fiduciary responsibility to the current employees and retirees. That's it. They have no responsibility to the state as a whole and to future hires. That's not their responsibility. Their responsibility is to preserve the system for folks who are in it right now and people who will be retired right now. And that's important. But that's not the question that the legislature is supposed to ask. What is going to be the effect on the state's economy and our future workforce if we eliminate a defined benefit program with a COLA? The numbers provided by the PERS actuaries say that in 30 years, the system will be better funded if we keep the current defined benefit program exactly as it is with a 1% COLA and not a 3% COLA. The current actuaries for the PERS board say that if we have a 1% defined benefit program, the system will be funded in 2054 at 64%, and if you adopt the program that is in this bill that's before you now, it will be funded at 61%. In addition to that, your retirees who retire under the hybrid program, as opposed to retirees who retire, this is future hires now, who retire under a defined benefit program with a 1% COLA, the retirees who retire with a 1% COLA and a defined benefit program start off with an additional $10,000 a year in their retirement, and that gap will only continue to widen over the course of that retiree's lifetime because they have a COLA. The economic impact of the retirement system on this state is not the responsibility of the PERS Board of Trustees, but it's our responsibility. And that economic impact is $3 billion a year right now, because more than 90% of the people drawing PERS benefits live here in the state of Mississippi. And 30 years from now, 40 years from now, when those new hires from next year are retiring, that economic benefit is going to be substantially reduced. And this is another point that I think needs to be made about the current retirement system that is a defined benefit program with a COLA. This is the best thing that the state of Mississippi has to attract and retain employees. Most of the people who are in this system, who teach school, who are first responders, who work for county governments, who work for city governments, they don't get paid like they ought to get paid. They start off their career, they've been there for 10 years, they've been there for 15 years. When they reach that point in your public school district, or in your city, county government, or in your first responders in your community, what keeps them from years 12 or 15 to year 25? It's the retirement system that keeps them. They can walk down the road and work somewhere else. Why do they stay? Why do they stay when they're at the prime of their career and we need them the most? They stay for the retirement system. And if you have a 4% defined benefit program with no COLA, they're not staying. That's not something that the PERS board has to consider. Those folks haven't been hired yet, but that's something we need to consider. Because 15 years from now, the people who are hired next year are going to be teaching school and working in our local communities, and they've got no reason to stay because most of their retirement benefit is portable. Maybe they make the right decision on that, maybe they don't. But what's left has no COLA, and so you have nothing to retain those people, and that's our workforce. That's what keeps teachers in our public schools. We have an obligation to folks who have not been hired yet to maintain a retirement system that attracts and keeps people in these jobs. And this Tier 5, which was chosen by a second vote of the PERS board by a vote of 5-3, does not do that, because I believe they have a narrow view of their job, and that's fine. I don't criticize the PERS board, but we have a bigger perspective here, and it's the future workforce of the state and what that workforce has on our economy when they retire with something as opposed to retiring with a whole heck of a lot less. And that's what's going to happen under this Tier 5. So why are you being asked to make this vote? I ask all of you, if you think in your heart that the right thing to do is to eliminate the income tax in the state of Mississippi for the rest of our political lifetimes, then you should vote for this. If your constituents are contacting you day and night and talking to you on Facebook and text message you and writing on emails to you and saying, you know what, we need to eliminate the income tax in Mississippi, we need to do it. I'm begging you to do this. This is the most important thing we do. You're getting inundated by those calls and those texts and those Facebook messages, then you need to vote for this. But if you're not, and you're hesitant that this is the right thing to do, when you have unprecedented uncertainty in Washington, and your people are not calling you up to say, I want you to phase out 1/3 of the state budget, you don't need to vote for this. You don't need to vote for this. And what's going to happen if you vote for this? If this bill dies on the floor today, there's a bill alive in the House. They just passed it. If this bill dies on the floor today, you have not voted to foreclose any opportunity to cut taxes this session. Because there's another bill that you've already voted for that's live on the other side of the building. But what you have done is you haven't voted to raise gas taxes. You haven't voted to change the retirement system for future retirees. I ask you to vote no on the bill, and let's look at what the House sent us later in the session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Bryan, you're recognized. Senator Horn. For what purpose, sir?
Question.
Question, Senator Blunt.
Yes, sir.
Senator Blunt, will you yield for a question?
Yes.
Senator Horn's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Blunt. Didn't we just get a demand letter from the federal government saying that we had to pay back $101 million that was misspent from the TANF program?
I have not seen a letter, but I'm certainly aware of that. I've seen news reports about it. Yes, sir.
And what do you think the impact of that demand letter, if we comply with it, will have on our state budget?
Well, we'll have to come up with $100 million next year. But I think and so I don't know if that's accounted for in the budget or not. Senator Harkins or Senator Hobson can explain that. But I mean, I think that what we're talking about here with the income tax is well, let me see here, is roughly $2 billion a year. And so when people come to you and say, well, we might get a letter for $100 million, you need to pass this bill because it might spend $20 million on the roads or whatever it is, this is nothing compared to what's at stake in this bill. And to get it back, when you've made a mistake in a few years, to get it back is a 3/5 vote to this legislature, and I'm not optimistic. So, yeah, we need to be aware of that, and that just shows that there are uncertain things that could arise at any time, and we have to have money in the bank to be able to pay it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Fillingane, for what purpose?
For a question.
Question, Senator Blunt.
Yes, I yield.
Senator Fillingane is recognized for a question on the bill, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to follow on the rationale that you laid out a couple times, that the unprecedented uncertainty with federal funds coming from Washington ought to be a reason which we do not support this particular proposition. Am I understanding you correctly on that?
Yes.
And what would be the reasoning or rationale behind that argument?
Well, the current Congress is discussing whether or not to make cuts to the Medicaid program. As you know, we get a pretty substantial match, the highest match in the country of Medicaid. If the federal government decides to lower that match so that they can pay for what they want to do in Washington, that's going to impact the state budget, or it's going to impact state services that are currently paid for by the Medicaid budget that are not required under federal law. If the Department of Education goes away and the federal government decides that they're not going to send us $800 million like they used to for Title I programs or school lunches or any other things that federal education money comes to the state for, if we're not going to get that next year, then we're going to have to decide as a legislature, are we going to pick up the cost of providing those services, or are those going to go away? I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe those things aren't going to happen. But there are lots of talks about agencies and funding that will affect all the states. And I think it's fair to say that there is uncertainty about that. And that's something future legislatures are going to have to deal with.
So in order for you to be completely consistent in the rationale, you would also then advise us not to engage in the expansion of Medicaid because of this total uncertainty as to how much the federal government is going to be paying over the next few years, and the cutbacks and the rollbacks and the support to the Medicaid program, would you not?
Well, I think that's why you haven't seen a Medicaid expansion bill this year in the Senate. You know, we all voted on one last year, and I do think that it was wise to pause this year because we don't know what's going to happen, and whether that's going to affect the Medicaid expansion reimbursement rates or Medicaid, traditional Medicaid. I think all that stuff's on the table right now. So I'm not here saying that we should have done that this year.
So you would be a proponent of pausing the discussion of Medicaid expansion talks until the unprecedented uncertainty in Washington is resolved?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill before us raises the gasoline tax in order to cut the income tax. It destroys PERS as we know it and replaces it with a defined contribution plan in large part. This reduces the state budget, the state general fund budget, by 1/3. All of these things basically are robbing from future generations and saying to future generations, you're not going to have what we had. And we're going to get a pile of money and essentially use it all in current consumption. You begin to understand why it's called the bum bill. Barbara Tuchman wrote a book, March of Folly, about the pursuit of folly as public policy. And she cites situations over the years where governments and other entities just pursued terrible policy options, even though it was clearly explained to them what was going to happen, and many people knew that, but they barreled right ahead. The one earliest example that she uses is the Trojan horse. The Trojan horse was brought into town, and any rational person would have broken the horse open to see what was in it. There were people there saying, we need to be wary of this, break the horse open, see what's there. I'm wary of Greeks, even when they're bringing gifts, and notwithstanding the warning, they went ahead and left the Trojan horse at home, and of course the city was destroyed. That's where we are today. We know better. We have people over and over explaining to us the precarious situation we are in for our budget, and against that background, we want to do away with 2/3 of the budget and tie the hands of future legislators forever. This is where we are right now with our budget situation. Number one, cabinet secretaries. Cabinet secretaries are talking about an upcoming recession and saying, well, that's okay, recessions aren't that bad. Have you ever known cabinet secretaries to be out, matter of fact, talking about a looming recession? We don't know what's going to happen. We know that the tariffs and all are going to have a change. It may work out for the best, it may not. I don't know, but it's an incredible uncertainty in the economy with all that's going on with tariffs. Every day we find some other government appropriation which is being impounded. I can't get information right now about what funds which were in the pipeline have been impounded. But Mr. President, 40% of the money we appropriate in this body is federal funds. $13 billion of federal funds. And if those funds are cut, even if it's a good thing to do, even if it's exactly what needs to take place, it's going to have an incredible negative effect on our budget. And we all know that. At the same time, we have needs basically for infrastructure, which are huge and increasing. The cost of highways is through the roof. There is, in Marshall County, you may remember the economic development project we had there, very close to the Tennessee line. And there is an interchange there which is going to cost well over $100 million. That's $100 million for one interchange. There's another interchange in Tupelo, which is a critically needed interchange, $100 million. $100 million here, $100 million there. Pretty soon you're talking about real money. And we haven't even talked about the need to increase the number of lanes on Highway 55 in DeSoto County. In mercy's sakes, someday we're going to take on the multi-billion-dollar project of building an actual interstate type road, controlled access road from Gulfport to Canton, which we've needed forever. And I can go on about Highway 15 and Highway 25. We cannot build these projects with the gas tax. The gas tax was fine when it lasted, but the day you enact the gas tax, you're on the road to it becoming less and less viable because not only of inflation, but because of increased gas mileage. And indeed, there are cars with infinite gas mileage. We just can't rely on the gas tax. We not only need federal funds, we need a large amount. We've talked about the retirement system. There's no solution for the retirement system that doesn't involve at least $100 million a year, and probably more than that, going to the system, because we cannot rely on assessing payroll. We have incredible needs for water and sewer around the state. There are water pipes that are more than a century old. There are sewer systems all over the state that need improvements. There's infiltration of water into sanitary sewer systems, and on and on and on, and the local communities cannot afford to do that. They're going to have help from somewhere, and again, if you just pay attention to what's going on, the help that you used to get from the federal government doesn't seem like it's going to be there anymore. With all this So we have an opportunity to get money from outside Mississippi brought in here in the state to be spent on roads and water and sewer and education and all those basic functions. And that money is in the Mississippi economy. If you cut the income tax, at least a part of what you're cutting is leaving here and going back to some corporation. As I say over and over again, Walmart's going to come out pretty good on abolishing the income tax. The Walton heirs will be mighty happy. But that's just money that's come out of our state's economy. I mentioned the new project in Marshall County, and that's one example of what exists all over the place. There are people from outside Mississippi who have jobs in Mississippi. That's a good thing. We have people in Mississippi that have jobs across the state line and back and forth. That happens all the time. But there are going to be a relatively large number of people working at this plant in Marshall County who will live in Tennessee. In computing the economic impact of that entity, the sales tax collected from people in Tennessee was part of the calculation. Now you're going to take money out of the state treasury and send it to residents of Tennessee. It is a most backward thing to do if you care about the economy in Mississippi. It is not being driven by our constituents. It's being driven by a group of ideologues, and how on earth they've gotten the traction they have is beyond comprehension. even if we were going to do something about the income tax. The bill that's before us ties hands of legislatures for decades. Why on earth would we not just deal with our time here and let whoever is elected at the next election deal with the future? Are we terrified that in 2031 we're going to have a legislature that cannot be trusted? That right here in 2025 we've got this legislature full of wisdom and we can't trust whoever's here in 2031 and we've got to tie their hands? Why would we not wait and let them deal with the economic system that's in front of them? Now, we have this trigger. Maybe you all understand the trigger. Maybe you can explain the trigger. All I can say is there are nuclear weapons with triggers that aren't this complex. What sort of Rube Goldberg calculation is it? But I think one of the many problems with the trigger, as I understand it, is if you go through a slump, and there's going to be a slump, I don't know when, but if in one of these future years there's a slump and the economy and everything goes down, then when the economy certainly picks up, you won't be able to recover from the slump because suddenly you'll be comparing the catch-up money to the previous year. I would say just a word about PERS, and how PERS got mixed up in this, I don't know. But all of us know that the PERS board was under incredible pressure to take a step. And there was this proposal that was introduced from somewhere into this body. There's not been any meaningful time that I've participated in to discuss alternative proposals or to ask what if or what if. We had a brief shining moment yesterday afternoon. We suddenly had a retirement bill in the Finance Committee. That was different. But there is simply no reason to shift to a defined contribution system, whatever you're going to have. That means that retirees' benefits are going to be dependent on what the market is doing in the year that they retire or as they reach retirement age. One of the things we do with the retirement system is we round out those or smooth over those bumps so that there are good years and bad years, and the system doesn't go wild when there's a good year and down when there's a bad year. It just provides a long-term increase, and that provides a decent living for the state employees, the local employees, the people that work on the county roads, the people that work in jobs that don't pay much, that need this security, and they don't need to be dependent on the stock market the year they return. There are alternatives to that, but we haven't been able to talk about them. Another alternative that we should have been able to talk about is what we really want to accomplish with a COLA. And a suggestion I had, but we've never been able to fully think through it, is what if whatever COLA you were going to have started for individuals when they reach age 70? Because what we're really trying to do with the COLA is make sure that someone who lives to a ripe old age doesn't have a retirement benefit that basically dries up while they're still with us and need the money to get by. I'm not that concerned about people who are fortunate enough to retire in their 50s and their early 60s, but for people who retire in their mid-60s and afterwards, we need to look after them when they get to be in their 80s. simply by focusing the COLA not on people in their 40s, 50s, and 60s, but starting the COLA at age 70, you could meaningfully help these people who live to a ripe old age with a relatively small impact on the system, but we haven't had a chance to debate that because we've got this one system, one proposal that we are told we have to do. Mr. President, the main problem the PERS system has, the real problem that we do not focus on enough, is the shrinking payroll and the failure of the payroll to increase as was anticipated. The debt which the system has is being paid off by assessing payroll. Right now, we're assessing payroll at approaching 20%. That's not sustainable. That's a greater assessment than cities and counties can bear. And when you have assessments in that amount, what you're doing is encouraging people to get out of the system and privatize jobs, and we right now are in a vicious cycle of a smaller and smaller system. This about that are members of PERS are being paid with federal funds. It's hard to imagine that that $500,000 of federal payroll is not going to shrink. And when it does, the revenue that's going in to pay this debt from assessing payroll is going to get less and less and less. I don't know how much cities and counties are relying on federal funds. Mr. President, all manner of people know that getting rid of the income tax is not the thing to do. Most people in this chamber know it's not a good idea to abolish the income tax right here, right now, this minute, like this bill does. But they're voting to do that because they feel they have to, or they've been convinced to, or whatever. All over this state are business people, civic leaders who know better and privately tell you they know better. But they're afraid to speak up because they're afraid of retribution. It is profoundly disturbing that those who know better don't speak up, but they won't. But they do speak to us privately and tell us this is not a good idea. If we've got a bill before us that most of us know is really not a good idea, and that people are privately telling us it's not a good idea, maybe the thing to do is simply vote no. At least, at a minimum, vote no right here and right now, and much to my dismay, there's this other bill looming that is still available to do something like this later in the session. But we can at least slow down the train by voting no here and now, and I encourage you to do that.
Thank you, Senator Bryan, Senator Sparks, and then Senator Harkins to close, and then we'll vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, folks, for working through this bill with us. I want to be brief. I just want to address a couple things because, again, having the opportunity to serve on the PERS board is an honor for me, but it also allows me to actually hear the discussions. You can also see the discussions now, but I'll go ahead and pull the full thing out that Senator Blunt mentioned. He mentioned a 5-3 vote. He is correct. Of course, only 8 members were there, but it was still defeated. The endorsement of the framework of the plan we put forth stands. And by the way, talk about selective editing. He mentioned 2054. In 2064, our plan, Tier 5, is 96.6% funded. The plan that Senator Blunt references is 86.1. That's 10.5%. I asked the actuary, how much is that? $15 billion. So, no, it's not the same. I don't really understand how the clairvoyance of those who can see the future to know the value of the defined contribution piece, you're 100% vested in that, and you can also annuitize that when you retire. So for somebody to say they're going to get less money under this plan than under another plan, they don't know the future. If they do, I would like for them to help me invest. The risk of a DB is on the plan sponsor. The state is the plan sponsor. But you know who else is? Your cities, your counties, your school districts. I have the entirety of the breakdown of the $26.5 billion of debt. So if you'd like to know how much your local city, your local county, your local school district has of this $26.5 billion debt, I'll be glad to share that with you. The reason that PERS is in this bill, number one, is because the House unfortunately wasn't able to pass the other 4 bills, but this bill is in the tax bill because you can't address revenue without addressing liabilities. And liabilities, the largest is $26.5 billion. So no one has a reduced benefit, whether it's years of service, whether it's COLA, whether it's anything. So if anybody's told you that, that is untrue. The future benefits, future generations was mentioned. Trojan horse was mentioned. Let me tell you why we have a $26.5 billion debt. I didn't vote on any of that. I wasn't here. 1990, ORP. 1999, 3% COLA, not based on anything tied to inflation. 2007, 2011. Those were the PERS legislation changes that the legislature put together that has created $26.5 billion of debt. But I want to be very clear, and especially to my dear friend Senator Jordan, we owe it. We owe it. The legislature bound us 35 years ago, 25 years ago, and now we owe it. Now, how are we going to pay it? I do agree with my colleagues, we need more money. That's why there's ORP reform, and I fought for deeper ORP reform that would have given you $30 million new dollars. It is my intention and my commitment to try to find $100 million a year, whether I find it in somebody else's budget, whether I find it in their interest accrual account in government, because you got to remember, all those people who sitting on cash and want to act like this ain't happening, they own their portion of the $26.5 billion. So this year, I know already if you'll pass this bill, $2.5 million of ORP goes in. Y'all just help me find $97.5 million more. And I believe we can do it. And next year, it'll be $5 million out of ORP. So it'll get better. I think we can do this. I'm committed to do this without increasing someone's taxes. Now, I agree with Senator Bryan, and I'll work with him on an old age COLA. I think that's a very good, reasonable thing to do. But one of the things that is part of this bill, and I'll leave that to the chairman, is if you eliminate the income tax, that's a 4% raise for state employees. They get to appreciate that as well, and it's done with triggers. And the triggers, I don't know, I understand them. And I'm not the smartest guy in here, so hopefully together we can figure that out. But what it does do is try to cut in years where we have good revenue. And I want you to look also at the bill when you have time at line 247. I believe that's the line. But any additional PERS appropriation, we put it in the legislation because we mean it, in excess of our statutory rate that the appropriators put into PERS, that's not counted in the trigger. The reason it's not counted in the trigger, we'd like to see a lot of money go in there, but we'd also like to cut taxes. So it's the best of both worlds. We can fund PERS, but we're not going to drive up the expense side so that the trigger will allow us to cut in good revenue years. Thank you for allowing us to work on this problem, to try to take care of the largest liability of the state of Mississippi, to do the thing that I'm committed to do, honor our obligation to current employees, retirees, and beneficiaries for every penny they've earned. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Harkins to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've, pretty much talked this, all that we need to talk about tax reform. We've gone over the same plan. The only additional part that we've added to the tax part of it is the trigger, and I think that is indicative of our position that we're going to make sure that we're growing, and our growth is going to dictate the speed and the amount that we're going to cut into the future. I think it's a responsible plan, and I think it's one that we can all support, that if we are eliminating the income tax, that means we're growing, exponentially growing, year over year. As we reduce the income tax, if we keep having further cuts, that means we're bringing in more revenue to the state, and I think that's a good thing. So if there are no further questions, Mr. President, I move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone objects? Senator Bryan objects. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fielding, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barrett, Berry, Blackwell, Bromfield, Delano, Harkins, Hill, Parker, Polk, Simmons of the 13th, Suber, Tate, Younger, voting yes or yea, Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Boyd, Brumfield, Carter, Chazanall, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McMahon, Michelle, Parks, Rhodes, Robinson, Simmons of the 13th, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, voting no or nay, Blackman, Blunt, Bryan, Butler, Chisholm, Frazier, Hickman, Hill, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, McClendon, Norwood, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, and Thomas. to vote.
Okay. Senator Tate, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item number 11, House Bill 1902, on a motion to reconsider.
One moment, please. We'll finish this vote. Senator Horn, for what purpose on the vote, sir?
Introduction of a resolution out of order.
Please proceed to the front. Senator Blackwell, on the vote, sir.
Yes, sir, to the vote. I didn't hear my name call. I vote present.
Senator Blackwell present. The vote is 32 to 16. The bill passes. Thank you, Senator Harkins. We'll go back to the calendar, please. Senator Tate, if you could wait one moment, sir. Okay. Senator Tate, if you'd wait on your motion to hold, please, sir, for one moment. When we get through the calendar, I'll come back to you, and I'll make a note here to come back to you. Senator Chasnall, for what purpose, ma'am?
Two ladies have been patiently enjoying the debate. I'd like to introduce them, if I may.
Please do, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we're honored to have with us this afternoon Ms. Nancy Carpenter from Columbus. She's also welcomed by Senator Younger, and she is the Mississippi Commission Development Director of the America 250 Commission. And with her is Rochelle Hicks, I believe, who is our Visit Mississippi person. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Welcome. Welcome, Nancy. Good to can't see you, but welcome back. And Rochelle, we appreciate all your hard work. We need to get back on the calendar. Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
I'd like to hold item number 12.
Would you hold those, please? I ask Senator Tate and yourself if you'd hold one moment. We're going to get through the calendar, and I'll come back to you. Read the resolution from Senator Horn. Read the title, please, sir.
Born the loss of Jackson Police Department Corporal Christopher Gallion, Sr.
To the chairman, Senator Harkins, we're back with you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of House Bill 1239.
What number is that, sir?
It's on that report I gave you.
Oh, I have it. I found it. Okay. Motion is to suspend the rules for consideration of House Bill 1239. One moment, please. Could you put that on the screen, please, sir? Okay, it's on the screen now. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Let's go, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess go to House Bill 1239, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1239, Data Center Enterprises, provides certain definitions and other provisions relating to tax exemptions.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the data center bill we passed out of the Senate. It was double referred and came out of technology this morning. It does have a reverse repealer in it, but it just extends the exemptions past 10 years for a $250 million spend with a $100 million increase in either expansion or updating equipment. That's how they will be able to extend the sales and use tax exemption. As an explanation of the bill, it does have a reverse repealer in it. Be happy to yield for any questions. If
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
Move final passage on the morning roll call.
So morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Those voting no. Present? Okay. We want to go back on the calendar, Senate. We departed the calendar on number 12. Parks. Pass and retain. For concurrence or non-concurrence, I'm going to ask if anyone has one, concurrence or non-concurrence. Senator Wiggins?
I just saw it.
Senator Wiggins, we're on 17, sir. Pass 17.
They didn't adopt.
Senator Barnett, we'll come to you in a second. Senator Wiggins, where are you going there, sir? 30 and 31. Pardon me? 25, we have, 25 is earlier, so we'll go with you first. Bill 25, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item, call it up, and have the title
Mr.
read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2211, Sexual Assault Victims' Rights, a 10 provision related to, in order to qualify for federal STOP grant funds.
The motion is that we do not concur but invite conference.
Motion not to concur and invite conference. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next. Senator Wiggins.
I didn't know.
Mr. President, I go to item 30, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2328, property authorized removal of squatters, amend eviction statutes, and prohibit discrimination.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You have it, Senator.
Thank you. My motion is that we invite conference and do not concur.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Wiggins.
Go to item 31, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2452, child support, create presumption that support continues past the age of majority for a disabled child.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. My motion is that that we invite conference and do not concur. They placed a reverse repealer in here, but on the bright side, for the first time in 4 years, we have this bill back, so we're going to work on it and get us something.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, at this time, I would ask for unanimous consent to go back to House Bill 1063 to address a typo.
1063 is not on the calendar.
It's from
sir.
yesterday. It's the parental payroll bill.
1063, one moment, please.
I'm sorry, parental leave bill.
First is unanimous consent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're on the amendment. It's on the screen, sir.
Thank you. If I may explain, the bill as both the House and the Senate passed, if you remember, we took out the secondary caretaker provisions. When they went to start to enroll it, the House found the language, other language in there referencing the secondary caretaker. And so what this is doing before we enroll the bill to make everything correct, we are deleting lines 48 through 51 and inserting the primary caregiver of a child so that it corresponds with what both the House and the Senate passed. And with that, Mr. President, if there's no questions, I would ask for passage on the morning roll call.
I think it's just that we consent unless we have an objection.
Okay.
So as we've already done that, is there objection to this typographical issue? Seeing none is granted. Thank you, Senator Wiggins.
Thank
Senator
you,
Blackwell,
Mr. President.
you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 28, Senate Bill 2867. Ask the title be read.
We have unanimous consent to go backwards to 28. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. No unanimous consent is granted. We're on item 28. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2867, Medicaid, revise various technical provisions related thereto, including reimbursement levels and facility eligibility.
My motion will be that we concur, and I'd like to be recognized to explain why.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Senate bill on Medicaid tech that we passed earlier. For the most part, it's the same things that we passed. However, we did, the House did make a few changes, and let me explain those. One, we removed the step therapy protocol that we had in ours. They reduced the ambulatory surgery rate from 100% to 90%. We removed language regarding adult daycare centers. We deleted some CON language that was addressed in another bill. We added a Medicaid Advisory Committee, added that back to the bill. And that's an explanation of the changes.
Thank you. Senator Brumfield, for what purpose, sir?
To the bill, Mr. President. Question.
Question, Senator Blackwell?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Senator Brumfield is recognized for a question.
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't clear about what you said about adult day. Can you say that again?
Yes, we deleted the adult daycare language that we had in our original bill.
So it's been excluded? We're not assisting adult day? Am I getting that correctly? Or?
Well, we're not going to be assisting as we were. We're going to create a whole new section. And really based on some of the comments that up here earlier about not knowing what's going on in Washington, we decided to be a little frugal and not expand these services. We're going to take a wait and see approach and take a look and see what happens, and maybe next year we can add that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brumfield. Anyone else? All right, Senator.
The motion is to concur.
All in favor signify. Yes, it's a morning roll call. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Use of the morning roll call, Senators. Anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. Hill. Chisholm. No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Chisholm and Hill voting no. All right. Let's see. Anyone else on concurrence, non-concurrence? Anyone else? All right. On appropriations, those are all on the calendar, and we'll move those. We'll go to general bills, Senate, which is 93. Going to general bills, I'm going to do them by page. Oh, none of the conference bills have been? Okay, well, that's good. Then we can keep going. Maybe they won't be. We'll all be better. I don't know. All right, that leads us over to the general calendar now, which is in page 14, item 126, Senator DeBar. Pass and retain. 127, 128, 129. These are education. Senator DeBar, pass and retain. Senator Carter, 130 and 131. Senator Carter is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 131, today's calendar, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 96, Aaron Michelle Maya, Madison, Mississippi, Mississippi Charter School Authorizer Board, term effective March 1st, 2025, for the balance of a 3-year term ending August 30th, 2027.
No, I think it's 131, right? Is that right, Senator?
131, yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk, it's 131. Sir.
That's right. Senate nomination number 14, Thomas Ford Gandy, Madison, Mississippi, Commercial Mobile Radio Service Board, 4-year term effective July 1st, 2024 and into June 30th, 2028, representing wireless providers.
My motion is we do advisory consent, be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Mr. Gandy came before the Energy Committee. We went through the peer report. We found no derogatory information, and my motion is that we do advise consent. Morning roll call.
And you object to the procedure? Voting no? Present? Seeing none? Confirmed?
I'd go to 132, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 15, James Ivory III, Flowood, Mississippi Commercial Mobile Radio Service Board as a consumer representing the state at large. Remainder of a 4-year term effective October 3rd, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2027. Vice, Ms. Patsy A. Boyd.
My motion is that we do advise and consent, be recognized to explain.
Recognized to explain, sir.
Mr. Ivory came in front of the Energy Committee. His peer report was clean. We found no derogatory information, and my motion is we do advise and consent on morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Senator Whaley? You're recognized on 133, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 133, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 9, Dr. Randy Laurel Cran, Hattiesburg, Mississippi State Board of Animal Health, remained over a 4-year term effective May 28, 2024, and ending June 30, 2027, representing a poultry breeder and producer, Vice Dr. Philip A. Stayer.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee met, and Dr. Cran was unable to be with us the day that the committee met due to childbirth, so we excused her on that. But
good.
With this, the peer report was clean. We feel like Dr. Cran will be a good addition to the State Board of Animal Health. No derogatory information within the peer packet. So with that, the Senate Ag Committee moved with the advise and consent, and if there are no questions.
On the morning roll call.
I move do advise and consent by the morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, advise and consent granted. Use of the morning roll call. 134, Senator.
I'd like to skip 134 and go to 135. Call it up and have the title read.
134 retains its place on the calendar. 135, you're recognized. Mr. Clerk.
Senate nomination number 11, Joseph Truitt, Jody Wagner, Hickory, Mississippi State Board of Animal Health, as a general farmer, 4-year term, beginning July 1st, 2024, and ending June 30th, 2028.
Mr. Wagner, we did meet with him in the committee. There was no derogatory information within the packet other than the issue of the statement of economic interest and the I believe it was just a statement of economic interest, but Senator McCon and myself are going to work with Mr. Wagner on getting that taken care of. But other than that, the peer packet looked fine. So with that, the committee moved for adoption. And if there are no questions, I'd move that we do advise and consent by the morning roll call.
Questions? Motion is advise and consent by the morning roll call. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Present? Advise and consent granted by use of the morning roll call. Senator Whaley.
And with that, I would like to ask that we suspend the rules and call up item 134, 136, and 137 up and have the title read.
Motion is to suspend the rules. Go back one. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk, 134, 136, and 137 in block.
Senate nomination number 10, Dr. Michael Andrew Mike Thompson, Holly Springs, Mississippi State Board of Animal Health, as a beef cattle breeder and producer representative, 4-year term effective August 1st, 2024, and ending June 31st, 2028. Vice Dr. Betsy Lipscomb. Senate nomination number 85, Dr. Michael Andrew Mike Thompson, Holly Springs, Mississippi Board of Animal Health, as a beef cattle breeder and producer representative, remainder of a 4-year term effective February 15, 2025, and ending July 31st, 2025, Vice Dr. Betsy Lipscomb. Senate nomination number 86, Dr. Michael Andrew Mike Thompson, Holly Springs, Mississippi Board of Animal Health, beef cattle breeder and producer representative, 4-year term effective August 1st, 2025, and ending July 31st, 2029.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Thompson met with the committee as well. No derogatory information was found in the packet. He is being nominated to fill the remainder of a term, and something happened with the nomination and they had to come back and make an additional nomination because the dates were wrong. It's the reason why we had 3, but we have the same person for 3 nominations, and we just want to make sure that we get it right on each of them. No derogatory information other than statement of economic interest, and we're going to get that taken care of as well. So with that, I'd move for passage that we do advise and consent by the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Mr. Recorder is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Blackwell, 138.
I'd like to go item 138, Senate nomination 45, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 45, Cindy Hunter Bradshaw, Brandon, Mississippi, Executive Director of the Mississippi Division of Medicaid. Appointment is effective October 10, 2024, and the appointee shall serve at the will and pleasure of the governor.
Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Bradshaw came in front of the Medicaid committee. She had a clean peer report. She's been in the role since October last year, obviously replacing Mr. Snyder. So a motion would be we do advise and consent.
Questions? Motion on use of the morning roll call.
Yeah, use of the morning roll call.
Advise and consent. Anyone object to the procedure? Voters voting no. Present. Advise and consent granted by use of the morning roll call. Senator Fillingane. Pass and retain. Senator Thompson. Senator Thompson, Senate, we're on 144.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item number 144, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1095, Department of Marine Resources exempt certain leases from any county or municipal tax levy upon leasehold interest.
Make the usual motions.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, House Bill number 1095 would exempt certain leases and lease improvements made by the Department of Marine Resources from county tax assessments. This is a bill the department has requested because some of the leases that are issued to individuals and some of the improvements on those leases would technically be subject to tax assessment. However, because these improvements are underwater, it is difficult for the county tax assessors to actually make those assessments. In addition to the bill and the request from the department, we have letters from the Jackson County and Harrison County tax assessors who are okay with this exemption, and I understand that the chair of the Mississippi Assessors Association, who is from Hancock County, also approves of the exemption. That's a brief explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none.
Motion would be final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to suspend the rules to take up items 145, 146, and 147 in block.
145, 146, and 147 in block. Seeing no objection, granted. Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate nomination number 54, Roundsville, Ash, Brown, McNeil, Oxford, Mississippi. Mississippi Prison Industries Board of Directors, 4-year term effective July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2028, representing the faith-based community. Senate nomination number 68, Max A. Phillips, Taylorsville, Mississippi. Mississippi Board of Directors for MAGCOR, formerly known as Mississippi Prison Industries Corporation, term effective immediately and will end June 30th, 2028. Senate nomination number 91, Brownsville, S. Brown, McNeil, Oxford, Mississippi. Mississippi Prison Industries Board of Directors, remainder of a 4-year term effective July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2027, representing the faith-based community.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to advise and consent based upon the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none. Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Any object to the procedure? Vote is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator McMahon. We're at 148, Senate.
Call up the title and ask the title.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 733, Property Cleanup Revolving Fund established.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Senator McMahon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Senator Tate, for passing that. We've got a committee sub. I'd like to explain the sub.
You're recognized, Senator. Explain the substitute.
So what we've got is this is a small loan agreement, a small loan grant program that we're going to try to create through the Mississippi Home Corporation. It's a work in process. I was hoping to be finished with it by now so I could present it to you, but it's a lot of moving parts with the Secretary of State's office and with my House colleague and with others. So it's got a reverse repealer in it. I'm happy to explain the bill, but it does have a reverse repealer. So roughly what we have in the state of Mississippi, we have roughly 44,000 dilapidated properties that the state owns. Because of back taxes, the properties that now belong to the Secretary of State's office. And what we would like to do is with Chairman Hobson, if he will allow it, is put $1 million in this program, which would allow us to address about 650 homes. Tear those homes down, get the property where it could be sold. The city, just a lot of moving parts to it, but that's what the bill's going to do. But it's got a reverse repealer. I would ask you to help me keep it going. I yield for any questions.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator.
All right.
Ready for your motion.
I move for adoption of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
I move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Voting no. Present? Okay. We're through the calendar. Anyone else on the calendar? It's deadline day. Anyone else? Okay. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to hold item number 11, House Bill 1902, on a motion to reconsider.
House Bill 1902, Mr. Clerk. Senator Blunt, I promised you on a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to hold item number 12, House Bill number 1, on a motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider House Bill 1. Senator Barrett.
Announcement.
Please proceed.
Just a reminder that Environmental Protection will meet after recess for a confirmation hearing in room 216. That's Senators Andy Berry, Scott Delano, Senator Harkins, Senator Jackson, David Jordan, Senator McClendon, Senator Polk, Senator Suber, Senator Turner Ford.
Everyone please go so to get a quorum and honor the honoree or nominee. Senator Parker.
For announcement.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. AET will meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in room 210 for 3 confirmations, including 2 members of the Public Procurement Review Board.
9 a.m. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold House Bill 1239 on a motion to reconsider.
1239, a motion to reconsider. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, you received an invitation to tomorrow's Madison County Business League luncheon. You received that invitation last week, and if you RSVP'd, then there will be a bus service going from the east side of the Capitol in front of First Baptist Church. If you did not RSVP, the event is sold out and there will not be room for you. So please don't show up if you did not RSVP that you would be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michelle. Senator Wiggins.
Announcement.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Judiciary A will have its annual end of the year soiree get together tomorrow night. If you haven't already, please let Ms. Pat know if you can make it. Thank you.
Senator Norwood.
Adjourn the memory, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
When the Senate adjourned today, I'd like to adjourn in memory of our former NBA player Donald Earl Slickwatch from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, with the he played with the Seattle Supersonics, and he was the first player to lead the league in both assists and steals. He's from Rolling Fork, Mississippi.
Senator Rhodes. Please proceed.
I'd like to remind everybody about the reception on the 10-1 rooftop at 200 North Congress from 4 to 6 today. You're invited by the Justice Court Clerks Association, so please stop by if you can.
Senator Blackman.
Adjourn in memory, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I'd like the Senate to adjourn today in honor of my high school friend, Kristen Hinton, who passed away this morning, leaving behind her 1-, 3-, and 5-year-old children.
So very sorry, sir. Senator Hickman.
Announcement and adjourning member, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, I would like to remind the members, everyone is invited out to Top Golf this evening from 5:30 to 7:30 with the Future Caucus. Future Caucus is usually legislators made up who are 50 and younger, but we're inviting those that are younger at heart as well. So anybody can come and join us. And I'm looking at two legislators that may not fit the actual category, but in heart, they can make it. Adjourning memory, Mr. President. When the Senate adjourns today, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Mr. John Johnson, who was a staple there in Meridian, Mississippi for a long time.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess till 5 p.m., at which time the Journal will reflect we're adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senate.